Muted myself. All right, we're underway in London and we're underway in Hamburg. You can see the protest banners behind the goal there from the St. Pauli Ultras, consistent across Germany. Campaign against government and policing overreach. At halftime, I'll put the petition from the Fans in Deutschland, the fan scene, and to protect fan culture. Any questions about this, just give me a shout. I have I'm not fully qualified to speak on it, but basically the interior ministers of Germany will be meeting in Bremen next week, December 3rd to 5th. 2 weeks, week and a half, and talking about new policing measures, new ticketing measures, all things that the active fan scenes of Germany are very much against. Fans calling for open, fair, and clear discussion about any issues that there might be, as opposed to the government just making up their own mind, especially given that their own statistics and their own reports, their own information show that German football is perfectly safe as any professional sports in Europe. It was impressive given the intensity of the atmospheres and the intensity of the love of the fans. So they themselves point to the fact that the government's own reports and stuff like that show that football is safe. There's no need for draconian measures. You can see the Union fans behind the goal there also. To the right have the their banner as well. Seeing it from basically, I haven't watched quite every game this weekend in Germany. But I looked in on all of the conference matches yesterday, the 3:30 kickoffs, and Hoffenheim Mainz. The only one I didn't see was Bremen and Leipzig. I imagine at least certainly the Bremen fans would have also been on board with this. You never know with Leipzig, but it's pretty consistent across the entire German fan scene, top to bottom. There was a protest about a week ago in Leipzig that brought together fans from 50 German clubs, the active fan scenes from 50 German clubs, to protest these overbearing measures. That's also why the atmosphere is low at the Millerntor here. It will be for the first 12 minutes. 12-minute atmosphere boycott. Also being very consistent across Germany. It's a bit weird in the Mainz Hoffenheim game. There was a little bit of there was the usual singing and stuff from the beginning. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if that was Hoffenheim or Mainz fans, but aside from that, it was a really consistent 12-minute atmosphere boycott to start every game, as you can hear at the Millerntor right now. In 8 minutes, the place will explode and you'll get the full Bundesliga experience. But for now, happy to support St. Pauli and Union fans, along with the whole active fan scene of Germany, and showing what football would be like without the fans and without the active fan scene. Pretty dull and sterile, I would say. Proud of the German fans for standing up for their rights. No one does it like them. Based from the Verein culture, subculture deeply rooted in Germany, going back centuries to the guild systems. This is why they feel real ownership of their clubs. because they have real ownership of their clubs with 50+1. These are community organizations, and they will fight to the last, not let them be tainted or taken away by anyone. Football is for the fans, and the fans in Germany live that better than anyone. Ooh, good defending there. Back for the foul. To Union. This is a bit of an informal watch along, so I didn't bother with the timers today. Probably a little bit behind what some other people might be, especially if you're watching on television, but right now, just 6 minutes, 15 seconds just passed there, so also in Spurs game, it just hit 6 minutes, 30 seconds. You want to sync up, but this hopes of catching a couple of my regulars before I make the transition over to my new project, the Solo Football Podcast. Oof. Game's probably the best example of the fan protest, both very aware and engaged fan bases. Some of the other stadiums have still had a little more fan engagement, but everyone at Union and St. Pauli knows what this is about and why. So, very, very quiet. Well, starting strong here. Seem to have Tottenham pushed back pretty good. Every time I look over, Arsenal have the ball in Tottenham's half. Like a foul there on Ansa. A foul given. Oh, that was being a bad line of sight for the ref because that was literally a shove in the back on Ansa. Footwork there. Good job to win the free kick under pressure there, relieve the pressure for St. Pauli. Very dubious about all of that brickwork around the edge of the pitch. It feels like a little bit close. I was worried someone's gonna fall and smash themselves up on the brickwork, but good defending there by Kerfeld. About that one, but if they're not going to give the answer one, then they might as well not. They might as well give a soft one the other way. "90 seconds left, and then the place will erupt." The pre-match choreo was, took the ball out of play there. "30 seconds left in the 12-minute protest." Go from seeing what football's like without the fans. Bundesliga's best at it at full volume. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Now a proper atmosphere for a great culture match like this. See the flags up in the Union end there. Huge Union Berlin banner. We're looking for the St. Pauli Ultras. They're behind the goal to the left there. There we go. Can see the pretty awesome looking tifo behind the goal there from the St. Pauli fans. Little flag choreo too. Haha. Union bringing out the pyro too. Starting slow with the protests and now bringing it all out. Tifos, choreos, pyro, streamers, confetti. Look at that. Union Berlin end. They've got it all going on in there. Commentator saying that Union fans making the TV commentator saying it's making it tough for the TV cameras. I wouldn't be surprised if that might actually be part of the point of why Union fans brought out the pyro. But the color commentator saying it's worth it for the atmosphere, which I agree with. 15 minutes gone in London and Hamburg. Really like it to come to this near corner because I want to see what the St. Pauli Tifo says and what Ultras group is having its 20 years this recognized today. Get a chance here with the long throw. Swirling wind in the north Germany. Friends in life, friends in hell. This is the St. Pauli banner there. Oof. Flicked on dangerously. Good punch from Basile. One of the best keepers in the Bundesliga the last few years, but had a bit of a rough patch last few games. See this the normal full flags back up again. The ref was gonna slow it down because of the smoke. See it really swirling around in the wind. It was like a feisty affair in London. Arsenal free kick here. We wait for the smoke to clear in Hamburg at the Millerntor. Back over the free kick. Ooh, just a little too high from Saka there. Not too far away though, as we're back underway at the Millerntor. Got a few people watching right now. We're at want to know where I am on my timer because I've got the two games. I didn't have two timers. Just about to hit 18 minutes in Hamburg right now. And we're at 18:15 at the Emirates in Arsenal, or in London for Arsenal Tottenham. Getting both sides of the equation so far here. Had the first 12 minutes, had the atmosphere boycott from the St. Pauli and Union fans in alignment with the fan scenes across Germany this weekend. But boy, did they spring to life once those 12 minutes were up. In the works, pyro, choreo, tifos, banners, flags, confetti, streamers, the whole works. Two of the best, most active fan scenes in Germany. So far, seems like Arsenal pretty dominant at the Emirates. 23 passes in the final third for Arsenal to Tottenham's 1. with all the shots so far in London. 22.5 minutes gone, 4 shots, 1 on target. 0 attempts for Tottenham. It's like they're struggling to get out of their own end. Travis will be happier than Oro so far today. See the Union fans bouncing. The one flare. I would be surprised if we see quite a lot of pyro in this match. Both Hamburg teams known for a lot of pyro, being a maritime city. Yeah, Union always good for pyro. One of the most fined last season for their extensive use of pyro. Pauli player down in a heap, but I'll see a stop play from the referee. Smith down. Yeah, let's see what happened here. A challenge with Olich. Oh, wow. That is a heavy blow to the face for Smith there. Definitely not intentional, but a tough one there for Olich. Or, sorry, for Smith from Illich. Mixing up with the Olich from back in the day. Oof. Bloodied his lip a bit there. That was a tough one for Smith. Smith, I guess. Hopefully still has all his teeth. All shaken up from that. Really caught him. This one there. Tottenham getting away with a good save. Second ball went just past the post. defending there. Ball in Kerfeld. Good save by Vasile. He taken the chance there for Prerlage. Pass near post. A little closer from the other angle. Take care, Trimmel the ball in. We have the opener at the Emirates. Leandro Trossard has Arsenal up 1-0. Watching the long throw there, so let's see. Timber. Side to Marino. Trossard definitely onside. Perfect run. Good finish. Well worked. Yeah, the deflection taking it away. Bit of bad luck for Tottenham, but a beautiful run from Trossard. Not the best touch, really. Probably would have been blocked, but for the deflection off to the defender there. And the Arsenal have the lead. North London derby. Have our first goal of the evening. Morning where I am. Cabarsel again. Wild ball away for a goal kick. The other team really able to get a lot of space here in ooh, late challenge there into the book. Kuchida will go in the book for that challenge on Ansa. Slow-mo here. Ooh, right onto the top of the foot. That one would hurt. Not a lot in it, but it's pretty consistent refereeing. I feel like you'll usually get a yellow card for that. Kuchida, Japanese international. LH drops through. Good save. Rebound. Oro-ca couldn't get a touch on the ball. First real clear cut chance for Union. Ball just kind of breaking for them there. Good to see some votes here on the protests, or in the poll. The sports German fan protests against new restrictive security measures. 2 votes so far. 100% in favor of the fans. Love it. Ball broke well for Illich. Right at Vasil. Oro-ca whipping on the second one. Ooh, careful. Just tough landing there. Didn't look like a foul, but still a bit of a fall. And Arsenal absolutely dominating. 73% possession and 7 attempts to none. Obviously leading 1-0. There's Eze. Good work. There's the second. Emirates Eze. Looks like it might be a romp here in North London tonight for the Arsenal. Big fan of Eze. Sad that he left Crystal Palace, but can't blame a player for wanting to take a step up to the highest level of the league. Good job work in the space. Well, we'll see. There might be a question of offside here. There's a lot of Arsenal players in an offside position in the area, but I don't really feel like they interfered with the keeper there. Or probably should have done better too. Happy for Eze though. 2-0 Arsenal. Travis will be happier than Oro right now. I'm gonna have some work to do. I need a quite the team talk from Thomas Frank. They need some adjustments because they have Tottenham not really producing anything in this first half. Not a ton going on at the Millerntor, but Union bossing possession, but not really getting much incision. Wins the throw. Long throw from Trimmel. Had a bit of success from that. Not a ton of space for Trimmel to do a room up here, or run up here. Good throw in. Shot blocked, second shot, there it is! Ronnie Khedira. Union find the breakthrough shortly before the half. We have goals in both our games. Oh, FC Union. Great finish from Khedira. No chance for Vasile. Open lane for Khedira to hit that corner. Guess we're going to see a VAR check here. But it's given. We're good. 1-0 Union. As you can hear more clearly right now at the Millerntor, it's definitely the traveling Union fans. So we'll peek there. They got the pyro out again. Imagine we're going to see a ton of pyro in this game. Already have. And so Union looking for a second here before the first half ends. It looks like a corner, but ref says goal kick. British minutes both at the Millerntor and at the Emirates. Established time in both games. Party in the way in for Union now. Oh, good shift past the defender there from Chemline. Possession well, but losing the initiative. Thunder meant to go both games for halftime. Check was probably on LH to see that it did kind of hit his hands, but up off his knees into his hands. I mean, I don't think that should be given as a handball, but I think it's fair to say that Union might have been a little bit lucky to get away with that one. Good job to work away from the defenders there. And halftime in Hamburg. Halftime in London. 2-0 Arsenal lead, dominating Tottenham. Union also pretty dominant in the first half, though very little cutting edge. Take a seat during the break here. All right, down. Go. Good first half for Union Berlin. Getting a late goal through Rani Khedira. Arsenal absolutely dominating. Really dominating their first half against Spurs. 2-0 there. Goals from Trossard and Eze. Mid time for the second half. Back on the feet. Up and go. Back underway already at the Emirates, North London. Up. Yeah, there we go. Oh, we have an early third from Arsenal. It's Eperhage Eze again. So much for Tottenham cleaning themselves up in the second half. London boy Eze getting a job done. Wow. Wow. That should pretty much do that. Do it there. Happy for Eze. Oh, here come Arsenal again. Trossard. Spending good enough there. Mignon attacking towards their away fans here in the second half. Then Pauli attacking towards their ultras to the left. Behind the goal to the left. Gadira in the book. It's probably fair yellow card there. Definitely pulling him back pretty aggressively. I don't know what Kadira's talking about. That definitely definitely looked a little over aggressive with the hug. Coming Arsenal again. Trossard in behind. Eze in the middle. Eze. Oh, Romero just took it away, or it could have been a hat trick for Eze. Roland Ansa there. Oh, that should be a booking. Not even close to winning the ball. It's surprising. Surprising that Fujita got a card and get one there. Javi Simons with the foul there on his countryman Timber. Lunging in. Both teams defending well in Hamburg so far. When you're on the team with the breakthrough. What a goal by Richarlison! Wow. That was a phenomenal finish. Little bit of life left in the Spurs. That was incredible. Taking it first time. What a tackle. First time into the top of the goal. Zubimendi caught on the ball. Inch perfect from Richarlison. Couldn't have been more perfectly placed. Well, that'll give Spurs some life. Maybe something left in that game after all. Pauli definitely bringing some more energy to the second half here. Union back on their heels a little bit here. Can't get out. And Pauli just keep coming back. Oh. Oro-ca, Ansa. Lose it again. St. Pauli. A little bit, fighting a little bit harder than Union here to start the second half. Line all the way back to Rono. Through the back. On Prayer Lodge, it looked like, but no foul. Good to see we're up to 4 votes now in the poll about poll question: do you support German fan protests against new restrictive security measures? All 4 votes in favor of the fans. Glad that the people popping in on my stream are informed, and I mean, I don't want to say have the right opinion, but have the right opinion. Oh. There's a chance. Got a space in behind. Rota. Couldn't find Burke and Illich in the middle. There's a good ball in behind Kerfeld. Tanji. Waiting for support. There's Fujita. Easy take from Rona. First shot on target for Pauli after nearly an hour. Smith back to oof. Gets it away cleanly. Does Vasile. Got some changes coming for Tottenham here. Looks like Kolomoani. That's who the other one was. Now we're gone here at the Millerntor in Hamburg. And Pauli definitely looking stronger in the second half here. Still struggling to create clear-cut chances, but pretty reminiscent of the first half. But it's Union Berlin that was controlling the game in the first half. And Pauli more control. Or it's Smith, gets enough on it to get it back to Vasile. Union Berlin fans their own version of the Yellow Submarine. Ball to Ntachi. Fujita. Tanji. Blocked by Kerfeld. Corner to Pauli. Pauli definitely looking more dangerous here in the second half. Pauli regain control from the corner there. Oh, decent chance there from Pauli, but can't get enough pace on the header there. Baron Bentancur off. Sar and Kolomoani on for Tottenham. Charleston goal. Wonder goal. Getting them back into this game a little bit. Saka. Great defending. A couple changes here from Pauli. Tanji and the skipper Jackson Irvine. Sinani and Cisse coming on for St. Pauli here. Great defending from Trimble there. Even wins the goal kick. Great job. Last ditch tackle from Trimble. Good ball by Sinani in behind Trimble, but wins the goal kick off of Opie. Alex Kral ready to come on here. Andre Illich went off, so we'll see a bit of a structure change here from Union. Going from the 5-2-3. See probably a clean 5-3-2 now. Kadira and Kemline in the midfield now. It'll be Ansa and Burke with the pace up top. And there's exactly what I talked about in the first half. One of the players dumped onto the bricks. Ooh. Not the bricks doing the damage. Ansa just kick it through his calf there. Union fans. Yeah. Union fans bouncing in the away end. One of the classic songs in German football that goes along with the bouncing. Van de Ven catching Marino in the face there. So Marino that got the card? Michael Oliver saying Marino has to come off because it's a head injury, so the trainers have to attend to him. Romero did get the card there, and he'll miss the next match on that one. There's a chance for St. Pauli. What defending there from Rota. Nani across to take the corner for some Pauli here as they continue to keep the pressure on here in the second half. That's a good ball in. Into the hands of Rono. Looking for Oliver Burke. Didn't control it though, and St. Pauli come right back at him. Oh, nice little flick around the corner. But up right into the hands of Rono. Clover, a little high five with the with Trossard. Apology for getting in the way there. It's 70 minutes in Hamburg. If Burke's on side, he was on side. Just not happening though. Now the plate goes up. Waited a really long time. Whew. Yannick Haber and Zhang Wuyang. Wuyang Chang, I should say. Imagine Haber likely to come on for Trimble here. He often seems to come in that right wing back position more than in the midfield these days. Derek Cohn also will come in on that left hand side. Probably for Hamburg. For Zhang. And Chemline for Haber, so Trimble will stay out. And Eze has the hat trick in the North London derby. The London boys got to be loving this. Happy for Eze. Tough one for Spurs. Eze might, what you might call a unproblematic fave. Left wide open in the middle. Fender slips, no chance. Great finish. Match ball for Emirates Eze in the North London derby. Sonati hits the post and they get it away. Woo. Union hanging on with their fingernails here now. Long shot through. Let you down. Sonati. Oof. For Harlage hitting the goal post. Back close to an equalizer. Chance for a fourth for Eze. Oh, denied. Wouldn't that have been something? 4 goals in a North London derby. He connected well too. Too close to the keeper though. Not picking out the corner this time. Still a good reaction save from Vicario. It's definitely been as a kind of day. Video fans making themselves heard loud and clear again. 76 minutes gone now. $80 minutes gone at the Emirates. There's Eze making the block in the defensive box as well. Had to get all the way back to Vicario. Good work by Kral. And quite threaded through to Ansa. Good defensive blocking there. And Skarka will be coming on for Union. Imagine it'll be Ilias Ansa coming off. Yes, indeed. Just under 10 minutes to go, plus stoppage time. Might have gone from a 5-2-3 to a 5-3-2 to potentially a 5-4-1 now. Be surprised if Skarka tucks in on the side. Could still be a 5-3-2 though. He could go up top, keeping that explosive pace in behind. Arsenal will go up 6 points clear at the top. Chelsea 7 ahead of City. 8 ahead of Palace and 9 ahead of, or 8 ahead of Villa and 9 ahead of Palace. Spurs will find themselves sitting in 9th place after this match. Very tightly compacted standings in the Premier League this season. Arsenal the only one that's really setting themselves clearly out in front. Dominating win here in the North London Derby. 5 minutes to go. A little too far for Declan Rice there. There's Victor Gyökeres in the stands. Whoa! Good for the Spurs players to get up on Declan Rice there. That was a brutal challenge. Unnecessary. That's more like a hip check from ice hockey. I don't know how that's not a yellow card. Like Xavi Simons might have talked himself into the book. Hey! Oro, good to see you. Right in time for the dramatic conclusion. Dramatic conclusion to the Pauli game, at least. Don't think we're gonna have a dramatic conclusion to the end of the Spurs game. Whoa! St. Pauli are certainly going for it late here. How you doing, Oro? It's good to see you. I've been away a long time. It's I actually kind of did this stream specifically to try and lure you guys back in. For the St. Pauli game or the Spurs game? Because if it's the Spurs game, yeah, don't bother. It's not been a good not been a good showing from Spurs. Although you should check out Richarlison's goal because it was ludicrous. Holly, have been getting closer. I wasn't particularly worried about them in the first half. Union had some solid control of the situation, but it's been pretty much all St. Pauli in the second half. They just don't have that cutting edge, which, I mean, is kind of their problem. 2 goals in 7 kind of shows where the issue is. Oof. Yeah, I've been pretty good. Life has been pretty crazy. That's why I had to take a step back. I was planning to come back after that first international break and then had some life stuff to deal with. And after I had that dealt with, I was like, maybe I need to rethink this whole project. But generally been doing good. I hope you've been well. I mean, I'm judging by the skull and crossbones. I assume it wasn't out until 3 a.m. having a good time and partying. Maybe it was. Maybe it's St. Pauli crossbones. But if you're out till 3 a.m. because of work or something like that, you have my condolences. Also, if you've actually been able to sleep in until this point, then I'm glad. Even when I go to bed at 3 a.m., I still usually can't sleep later than like 7 a.m. So at least you're able to have a late start. There's no mercy rule stoppage time in the Prem. It's almost over for the Spurs. Definitely a foul. That probably should have been a card on Haber. Oh, that's good at least. I mean, at least it was for something fun and not because, like, you had to stay super late at work or something. Love a good big game. And can't argue with a dance party, but I totally feel you. 3 a.m. is real late these days. I rarely make it to midnight now, even if I have a reason to. Which saying those words out loud makes me feel really old when I'm not actually that old per se, but did you guys win the big game? A little too loud. Whoa, that was a questionable clearance from Skarka there. Not sure why he went for the bicycle kick over his own goal. Probably could have let that drop, but 5 minutes stoppage time. Post. That's interesting. I wonder if that's a Hapoel Tel Aviv banner behind the goal there. I imagine they would be friends with Pauli. That streak. Sorry to hear that, buddy. I'm with you, Alessandro. Hopefully they can get the win for you. I mean, my friend Oro here would probably want the Pauli comeback, which is fair, but just 2 minutes to go, Alessandro. Almost there. Sometimes it's good to have some grown man tears for your team. Oro. That's that means you still care enough. My boyhood football team from the Canadian Football League. I mean, we were playing in our final and we did actually win, but that got some German in the chat now. But I would have had some grown man tears if my boys had lost. Like when they played them a couple years ago and did lose, and then there was some grown man tears. think we're just just about gonna get there, Alessandro, with that corner. My German is a bit rusty. Hold up, play in the corner by Kadira and Cone. But that's it. Union get there in the end. I'm glad you had a dance party, Oro, because your teams are really not delivering for you, huh? Are there any other teams you support that can maybe still save this weekend, just sports-wise for you? Because, man, Cal, Spurs, and St. Pauli all not getting the job done. He's off now. I feel like sitting down again. A lot to stand for 2 hours. I guess I did sit down at halftime, but Union still loves you, Oro. It'd be better if this had maybe been the game against Bayern a couple weeks ago before the break. Then it wouldn't have had to come at the expense of St. Pauli. Oh, man. Well, hopefully I can boost your spirits a little bit then. It is really good to see you back. I actually did specifically do this live stream, this watch-along, in hopes that in hopes that you'd find me or I'd find you, because I'm actually changing the nature of my project, so I won't probably be doing many or any watch-alongs, at least for a while. I'm switching over to doing a podcast instead, so it certainly made my day. It's that you've come along. I mean, I'm not going anywhere yet. Happy to stay and chat with you, but it's definitely good to see you or hear from you, because yeah, I was basically, this was meant to be like bait to to draw you back in. I saw the schedule and I was like, man, Pauli and Union on the same day, and as same day, same time as Tottenham against Arsenal. It was like the only other sort of like regular that I had as an Arsenal fan, so I was like, damn. And also he adopted Union, so I was like, my two regulars teams are going head to head in a pair of games at the same time. Surely I have to do a watch along for this one. You gotta pick. You gotta add another team to your stable of teams to support. Gotta pick one that can deliver some more results. I'll probably even I imagine that I'll probably end up just converting this. Like I'll be also putting it up on Spotify and whatever, but I'll probably just convert this YouTube channel over, so you'll probably be able to find everything I do right here in the usual spot. I'm hoping to get the first episode up next, or I guess this Thursday now. Got a few days, got a lot to do, but but actually one of the features that I'd like to do on my podcast, like I was gonna have like a bit of like a sort of like short essay monologue feature, and one of my podcast topics was the joy of supporting teams that never win. So that one might land for you. I guess I should say more specifically, never win trophies. It's a bit much to say they never win. At least in the Prem, you might get some joy from Spurs. I mean, it's been a bit of an up and down, but You might get some joy from them. St. Pauli is a bit of a harder proposition. A hole in my wall behind me. You picked the roller coaster top 6 team. The one that always full of surprises, good and bad. I will say, at least to be fair too, at least with the Jewish connection to Spurs. I mean, you obviously know how I feel about everything, but oh hey, it's good that he's back. Only made it back, I think, as a sub. The last game, so it's good to see him starting the game. It's also good to see him still have the captain's armband after his little not even his fight with the club, after the club went after him. But I was gonna say, I mean, I can imagine that the Jewish connection is a bit complicated, but like as far as I'm concerned, what is happening with Israel doesn't really have. I don't know. It's obviously it is all very tied up together, but I'm like, that doesn't have so much to do with Judaism as it does with Zionism. So, I mean, it all gets really messed up and tied up and whatever. But I feel like Jewish connection to Spurs doesn't need to be tangled up in all of that unless they really clearly position themselves in an ugly way. Yeah, the idea of that podcast topic is basically like if you take away the drive for winning and for winning trophies, then you actually just to get sit back and enjoy the experience, be present, enjoy the meaning. You know, I like being an Union fan because I like just showing up and watching the team, listening to the songs, watching watching the fans set off the pyro, doing the tifos and the choreos. It's just fun to. It's just a thing, it's a ritual. It's a thing to do, not it's not about winning. It's about enjoying the experience week after week. And if the fans keep singing when they're down 6-0, then whatever. And if they end up back in the second division, then it just means that they're a little bit more competitive in their league. So it works for me. That's fair. Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, I guess I am being a little bit too, I don't know, naive or optimistic. I guess when you have that kind of cultural association, it is really difficult to. I don't imagine that the Spurs fans are going to take a probably overly nuanced opinion on what's happening in Palestine. It's like how the Green Brigade at Celtic are obviously super pro, like they're super pro Palestine. So the Union Bears ultras from Rangers are super pro Israel, even though there's not even any particular reason for them to be, but they take a strong side because it's tied up in all of the politics of it and everything. And I imagine that the Spurs fans are probably not super nuanced in their take on things as they have their allegiances. It's the same kind of like it's the same with Mainz as well. They have their like strong Jewish roots, and so that was how they ended up firing Anwar al-Ghazi for being. It is a little bit more complicated because he did technically say something that's not really allowed in Germany. He's from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, which because Germany is absolutely insane, is apparently considered basically tantamount to supporting a terrorist organization, even though all of the historic land of Palestine, even excluding Israel, is in fact between the river and the sea. It didn't say all the land between the river and the sea. All of Palestine is in fact between the river and the sea. But apparently that's like terrorist talk to the German government and whatever, so that's why they, I guess, felt okay to take such a hard stance, but they lost their appeal and they have to pay him like 2.5 million euros, so. And then he did a victory lap on social media, really rubbing it in their faces, as calling them perennial losers. So, as someone who's not fond of Mainz anymore after that whole ordeal, it was fun to see them lose again. But it shows how difficult it can be to extricate these things and how tribal it can be, how involved it can get when it really has nothing to do with each other. I hope the sports masochism and the bummer of a dance party though is as low as it gets for you. I hope otherwise you're doing really well. God, that's off. Yeah, that is that really is it, isn't it? I mean, it's tough too because it's like it's disheartening to see people just take things on board and just really, just take what they're given and just not have a thought about it. But I mean, I guess that's how a lot of things work, especially a lot of sort of cultural lineage stuff, you know, especially in groups too. You just kind of, you get taught, and then everyone else around you agrees with it, and then there's no reason for you to be the nail sticking out to get hammered in. Glad to see someone use a word like inculcated, though. Been a while. I feel like that actually it's a perfect word because I feel like that basically explains almost everything that's happening in the world. We've just been conditioned to accept it all, and most people just can't step away from that. And it's tough. It's tough because if once you're in the group and everyone feels the same way and everyone says the same thing and everyone learned the same thing, it takes a lot of courage to step out and be like, hey, I don't know about that. But that's that's why me and you get along. I feel like we're both the type to be a little bit more reflective on things. Oh gosh, I know exactly what you mean. It's amazing how effectively they get people to just like basically just like argue against their own interests so openly because they're so easily manipulated into like you said, just they hate the deep state and then they do, they perpetuate it. That's yeah. And it's terrible because it's not even, it's not just like a left or right thing or anything. I feel like it's you have all of these people that were, anti-establishment or whatever that all got sucked into the Trump vortex and then just fed the system. And then on the flip side of it, you have a whole bunch of people like on the left who became so, I mean, a lot of things, but like they became so tied up in knots about like not wanting to hurt anyone or to say or do the wrong thing that like they don't stand for anything anymore, and they just become like a mess that it doesn't accomplish anything. And it's wild how it can swing back and forth too, depending on what who's in power and what the propaganda is. Like I had all the anti-police left-wing people with like Black Lives Matter or whatever, whereas like against police brutality and police spying and oversight and all these things, the police have too much power, we need to abolish the police. And then we had the trucker protest here, and it was right-wingers. They're like, yeah, the police need to crush them, shut them down, tow their trucks, steal all their stuff. It's like, I mean, I can see why you would feel that way against right-wing people in the framing, but like if you want the police to crack down on the right-wingers, they're also going to crack down on the left-wingers. that like that sort of thing too, with like with that interpretation of racism or lack thereof. It's wild because it can go both ways too. Like I saw a video the other day of a black woman basically saying that like I don't know, essentially being like a well put together, well dressed, well mannered person is being too white. And I'm like, what does that mean? Does that mean that like black people can't have manners or dress nicely? Like, what? surely people should just be who they are. I'd like it's the way that people tie themselves into knots and just come up with the most insane rationalizations on all sides of the spectrum is so crazy to me. Oh God, I know he's a perfect example of that. Like I've been consciously trying to step away from politics, and because I feel like my lane hopefully is to work more on the cultural side and not in the culture war way, because like of course culture is also a battlefield and it's also a divide and conquer, space to turn everyone against each other, but like more sort of the idea of uh, cultivating meaningful culture. But like every time I see Zoran and anything about him, I'm just like, this dude is a trap. This is just another. He's just another puppet to get, to set up that us against them framing again, and just more leftists against rightists, or left against right. I can't imagine him doing anything that's actually going to make any meaningful change. It's just going to create, in my opinion, it's just going to create even more echo chambering and more fighting between people. And I'm like, at what point do we realize that like we really aren't each other's enemies? The people who keep setting us against each other. I think that's the and that's the thing. I mean, like I really think that people should just like I really don't get it. Like I mean I do, because like of course we to a certain extent like it's a coping mechanism in the sort of truest sense of the word. Like we need to have like our brains need to put things into categories so that we can understand the world. But I'm like, why can we not just treat people as individuals? Why can we not just let people be who they are? Like why do we why does everyone have to get like sorted into some sort of box or other? And if they fall into the wrong box, then they're hateful, horrible people, or they're, you know, they're they might be hateful, horrible people, but if they're in my box, then they're my friend. Or they could be wonderful, God, like wonderful, loving people, and they could be, but if they fall into the wrong box, then they're horrible people by default. As you said, inculcated person, like I just that's what ultimately drove me out of like the political sphere. Is I was just like I can't exist in this space anymore where like where it's just pure like divide and conquer. Like I would rather try and see the good in any person. Even honestly, and like don't get me wrong, don't take this the wrong way, but like I would rather try and see the good in like a horrific raging racist than to be constantly like, because at least if I can try and see the good in him, then maybe the something good can come of it. But like everything is just find the worst in someone else and then hate them for it. And I'm like, can't I just try finding the best in people and see how that goes? I agree with you 100% on both points. If he actually delivers on some of those things, then absolutely fantastic. And like I guess I don't know if I still don't know honestly if I'd give him credit for that. I would maybe give the people who actually fight on the ground to make that happen credit more than him, because I really don't see him being anything other than a puppet, even if he does deliver some things. But yeah, it's feeling like Bernie Sanders all over again. All the real revolutionary fire, all the people who really want something, they all just get sucked into the social democrat vacuum, and they all just get herded into the Democratic Party, and then nothing ever changes. I mean, I guess I'll reserve judgment a little bit. I'll give him a chance to actually make a difference. But I feel like honestly, even if he gets some of those things past, like the free buses and stuff like that, I feel like it's still just going to be designed as a wedge issue, so that basically red team types can be like, oh, look at this crazy socialist, like, because I'm sure that even if he gets those things passed, then the arguments will be like, oh, well, where's the money for it coming from? And he's, destroying business, and like this isn't sustainable, and blah 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 blah. And the red team will find some reason to demonize all of these things, even if they are good, even if he actually improves people's lives. And I can't imagine it's going to spread unless, like, not certainly not from his level. The only thing I can hope for is that if you do get the free buses and the childcare and the groceries and stuff like that, that like maybe it'll light a spark in actual citizens, because like politics isn't going to save us. I mean, maybe I'm too nihilistic about it or too negative about it now, but like I am firmly of the conclusion now that politics will not save any of us. Politics is a show and a game that they perform for us to keep us looking at the dangling keys instead of, actually realizing that it's us that has to step up and make a real difference. And that's actually one of the reasons why I switched to the podcast format, because like I love football, and football is where this all happens, but for me I think the really important part about like what I love about football is the fan culture. And to me, like, German fan culture in particular is a living model of what the world could be. They're the fans that still fight and win. They're the fans that have pushed out Monday games. They've pushed out foreign investors they didn't want. They've saved, the club anthems at their clubs. They've kept the standing sections in their stadiums. They still managed to get away with doing pyro pretty much every game, even though it's not allowed. But clearly the authorities haven't stamped it out. Like, they are the active fan scene in Germany are basically like the living embodiment of like what actual anarchism could be, like self-organized, self-funded, independent organizations, independent communities that do their own thing and take care of each other and fund their own projects. And the best thing is when fan culture itself comes under attack, they all band together. You could have, Schalke Dortmund fans and Dortmund fans. You could have St. Pauli fans and HSV fans, and they all come together and fight in solidarity for a common cause. It's not, they don't get balkanized. They don't get pushed into different groups and like turned against each other. They could have the most hateful rivalry in Germany, but when the system comes for what is important to them, they will put their differences aside and they will stand in solidarity and fight for what belongs to all of them. And I just don't see that almost anywhere else anymore, and I think that's why it's so important to protect that. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you on that. Like, I'm honestly like, the only thing for me is I'm shocked that there isn't more of it. And I mean, maybe because I've withdrawn from politics a little bit, I'm not seeing it as much. But like, I'm kind of genuinely shocked that more people haven't woken up, just on if no other reason than the virtue of like, we're all struggling here now. Like, everyone I know, everyone who owns a business, everyone who has a job, like everyone I know is struggling in some way or another under this like collapsing system. And at some point, something is going to break through that's going to show people what's really happening, and then something might happen. Oh yeah, he's the one who did the podcast with the SF City FC fan groups and stuff like that, right? I had thought about that. I had thought about that. Hadn't seen if he'd been particularly active of late. I'll look up what he's up to these days. It's cool that he had his own film festival, because that's pretty sweet. I was actually thinking that something I would really like to feature is like I have like this. Basically, I have the whole structure of my podcast planned out now. I just basically need to get all the infrastructure in place and uh, basically just record the first episode and get it up. I just need to finish getting everything set up for it. And one of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to do a feature on San Francisco City FC because they are pretty much the living embodiment of exactly what my project is about. And even with the German football focus and the German fan culture focus, they're the living embodiment of like, see, you can take the 50+1 and the German model and you can do it outside of Germany. So maybe it'd be good to reach out to him about that. That's exactly it. I think that's why Trump, because like again, I'm of the opinion that the decisions get made at a higher level than Donald Trump. I'm more thinking the Bank of International Settlements, the World Health Organization, all of these like giant supranational organizations. I mean, generally, I would say it's probably more in the Bank of International Settlements and the Chatham House and the Bilderberg Group and all of these, where all of the commercial and economic titans come together and decide outside of democracy how everything should be done. But that's the thing. I think that's why Trump is the president, whether he was chosen, whether they just kind of played played how it rolled sort of thing. But like Trump is the perfect figure for the establishment as it is right now because he's so polarizing. People either love him or they are absolutely terrified of him. Like you say, like they're so scared of him that they're like, oh yeah, Nancy Pelosi will save us. I mean, I know she's retiring or something soon, but like, insert whatever figurehead blue clown you want. And it's like, well, because it's Trump, we have to blue no matter who. Sick. I'm gonna take some time. I mean, I'm gonna be really busy with getting my podcast up and running this week, but I'm definitely gonna spend some time looking up what he's been up to and looking into that. 1926, eh? That's pretty fitting. Maybe we can have a nice little anti-imperialist resurgence on the 100-year anniversary. That up right now. Cool. Also, after watching his podcast, I was it football? I got that football in Sun and Shadow, I think it's called, which was he was featuring quotes from it at the beginning of all of his podcasts with the San Francisco City FC crew, and I was like, damn, that's exactly what I want to do. I love football as cultural poetry. Soccer in Sun and Shadow. No, football in Sun and Shadow. Yeah. Also feels like probably really relevant. New Granada. That is even just that name, New Granada, is super fascinating because one of the periods in history and places in history I'm most interested in was like the golden age of Al Andalus, when Granada and the Alhambra was like the centerpiece of the very best period of Moorish Spain. It's also really interesting now with what's going on with Trump's, well, the American imperialist system's anglings around Venezuela, and how for the first time, it seems like the first time in a long time, Colombia and Venezuela are actually kind of on the same page. Colombia was such a good, the Colombian government was such a good lapdog to the Americans for so long, and now that they have, is it Petro Porro? Oh no, that's the footballer, Gustavo Petro. Um, it's interesting to see that resurgence of that idea of like a Bolivarian confederacy as a counterweight to American imperialism in the Americas. That's kind of my hope, is that the Americans will overstep too far and eventually just create alliances against them where they basically lose the ability to stop or to bully everyone. Like it would be quite the thing if a huge chunk of South America all just came together and were like, you know what, we're tired of getting pushed around and bullied by the Americans. How about we create a confederacy, or I mean, confederacy is maybe not the right word, confederation, union, large enough to stop the Americans from being able to pick us off one by one. Although that also ties into the idea of the unionization of each continent, which is its own kind of nightmare. So I'm not sure what to hope for anymore. Again, it kind of comes back to, I'm not really hoping that politics saves us. I'm hoping that we save ourselves. Yeah. I'm at least his body's gone. I've been waiting a long time for that crazy fool to die. As someone who is spiritual and believes in souls and believes that death is not the end, I don't feel so bad for being happy that he's dead. Because hopefully his soul goes back. Hopefully it was here to do something that was actually helpful in the grand scheme of things. But pretty sick and tired of him being alive and causing shit all over the world. I think it would be an excellent homage or an excellent tribute to Kissinger to undo all of his life's work. I think that should be something we aim for. Yes. Yes, indeed. Would it be too much to say that I hope Parenti got to go piss on his grave? Would that be a little bit too harsh? Parenti probably has more class than that, but I feel like by outliving him, he kind of earned that right. Oh, I guess you win some and you lose some, eh? That is a rough one. How does? Ah, man. I wonder what it must be like to be a father and have that happen. To have like to have your child basically in action disavow essentially your entire life's work. It can't be too uncommon though. I feel like kids going against their parents is a pretty common trope. Hopefully he lives long enough to see his son recover from taking the Trump pill. At least, at least, just doing like a 2-second little scan here. I will say at least Christian Parenti at least seems to put a little bit of thought into his ideas. Unlike a lot of people in his position who make commentary and whatever, but maybe a little bit more thought would be good. It's not really a subject I know that well though, so I probably shouldn't really talk. It's tough because I so desperately want people to think more critically and to be more open and to like really examine honestly everything. I feel like my own experience has taught me that like absolutely nothing should be off limits to examination. But I feel like we also have this horrible tendency that like people feel like if you engage with subject matter, it will just automatically soak into your brain. Like I'm not saying that anyone should read Mein Kampf because like my mom read it when she was growing up and she said it was the dullest, stupidest, most boring book that she would literally read it basically to put herself to sleep because it was so poorly written and so idiotic. But I don't like the idea that people seem to believe now, as just as an example, like if you were to read Mein Kampf, you would immediately worship Hitler and become a Nazi. And I'm like, well, how do we dismantle bad ideas if we can't engage with them? And I feel like that's such a big problem is that people are so afraid to engage with difficult ideas and difficult subject matter because they've been taught that like if you engage with it, you will become it. Like if you listen to a Nazi talk, you'll become a Nazi. If you listen to like a Black Lives Matter person talk, you'll become automatically a Black Lives Matter person. I'm like, are we so do we have such a low opinion of humans that like we can't believe that someone can like hold an idea without becoming it? Because if that's the case, then like we really are screwed. Yeah, I think that's probably that seems like that's probably roughly where he belongs. It's that same kind of they put a lot of thought in, but the conclusions they come to can be a little bit confusing time sometimes. I will at least grant them that like they at least engage with difficult subject matter on a semi-regular basis. But again, some of the conclusions that they reach can be a little bit baffling. I really wonder though too because I'm like, how do we break the Yeah, there you go. Exactly. I feel like that's pretty much anything that you're allowed to read is ultimately going to lead, or allowed or encouraged to read is ultimately going to lead to that end. Because I think that is the fundamental that underlies all things is the maintenance of the status quo. Because also too, I mean, even more so now than ever, because from what I've heard about the people who, for example, run all of those private equity funds that now all own 14.5% of everything, the BlackRocks and the Blackstones and the Vanguards and the State Streets of the world, they're all risk management people. So the way that they want to shape things is to minimize risk. And what's the easiest way for them to minimize systemic risk for themselves? Create a consensus that, or even conflict, but like create a situation whereby the status quo is maintained no matter what. Yeah, it's a tough one too because like there is like of course like actual extremism is real and can be dangerous and problematic. But I feel like if we were going to find the solutions to our problem within the limitations of what we've been allowed up to this point, we would have found the solutions by now. I feel like we really need to start thinking further outside the box. Interesting. You always have really good recommendations. Well, literally just looking at him, I already like him a lot better than Gavin Newsom. Okay, hip hop artist. I would literally take literally any form of artist over any form of politician at this point. Presidential nominee for the Green Party. Beautiful. I would obviously have to look into him more because like I can't really judge on it off of like the intro to his Wikipedia page, but I'm seeing a lot of green flags here. Because again, I don't feel like we're gonna win this through politics. We're gonna win this through community and culture. And I'm liking teach-ins. I'm liking community education curricula. I'm liking organizing initiatives. I like that he's an artist. I like that he seems to be going back to basics in the sense of like it says here advocates for building sustainable, peaceful alternatives rooted in African, indigenous, and Abrahamic traditions. I'm like, well, I think the solutions we need are probably solutions that predate the problem we got into because there's a lot of traditions out there that lasted thousands of years and still hold up to this day. And it might not be a bad idea to look at what they did right. I will be watching this fellow with interest. I like the cut of his jib. And I mean that's fair because like even if he is amazing, even if he's the second coming of Malcolm X, you know, I feel like he might do some good, but we will never get out of this problem by voting because voting is to take part in a structure that they control. And I don't think we can beat them on their own battlefields. They're too powerful, too many resources. Like everything has been set up for the continuation of their power and their status quo. That is a very wise way to approach things. We're not. It's. I don't think. I think history has shown us that like there are no heroes or saviors that will save us all. I think there are great people who do great things, but ultimately it's only going to be through community. Like our power doesn't lie in following saviors and heroes, especially because if we invest all of our power and all of our belief and all of our effort into following even truly great people, then they just have to get rid of that truly great person and you know because like again it says like his cites his political influences as Malcolm X and Kwame Ture and I'm like well look what they did to Malcolm X look what they did to Martin Luther King Jr. Look what they did to Patrice Lumumba. Look what they did to Thomas Sankara. Look what they, and I mean, this one's a little bit more of a perhaps a contentious or controversial one, but like look what they did to Gaddafi. Libya was one of the most prosperous countries in the world. They did a lot for their citizens, and when he wanted to bring Africa into a gold-backed, currency union, suddenly, oh, whoops, we have to destroy Libya and just turn it into a failed state. I appreciate Wolf and Brianna Joy Gray because I feel like at least they sort of they broaden the scope of the conversation. They bring ideas into frame that are pretty rare and like allow for broader thinking on subjects. But yeah, not a huge fan of either of them either. But that would certainly be a really interesting conversation. I might have to go and track that down. I'd certainly be really, yeah, I'd be really curious to see Richard Wolff talking with Witchware, because like I feel like they should be sort of in agreement, but I feel like they're also approaching it from totally different angles, or very different angles at least. I mean, I'm glad that he did highlight how awful Newsom is, but at the same time, I'm like that should be a home run. Although, I mean, I don't know. I guess there's probably still lots of people in California who like Newsom for reasons, I guess. But like that should just be such an easy slam dunk. I mean, the dude is so fucking awful. Gotta watch later. I'd have to watch it because like I feel like in that kind of situation, depending on exactly like how he does it, I feel like I would maybe, fall into the same sort of thing because like if I was having a conversation with someone with common ground, like I would probably want to try and start with, finding playing up the things that we agree on and the positives or whatever. So I could see myself ending up in a situation where someone might say I was buttering someone up, but it depends kind of how he did it and what he was kind of leaning on, what he was leaning towards when he did it. But it's better, I feel like, than him being extremely confrontational with him, at least unless that was really necessary. So give him a little bit of a pass on that, maybe. Again, all sort of outside of my actual knowledge, so I probably shouldn't have a particularly strong opinion on it per se. If Butchware gets assassinated, then we'll know that he was one of the good ones. I mean, obviously, bad people also get assassinated, but I feel like if he's coming at it from a Malcolm X sort of approach, then if he gets shot by an FBI sniper, we'll know that he actually had people's best interests at heart. But again, that's why I want to do my podcast, because like it's it went from being like a football watch-along channel to now my project feels more like the cultural anthropology of modern German football fan culture and German fan culture as a model of the reorganization of society into manageable groups, like self-organizing, solidarity-bound confederations of small community. Did I say Charlie X? I meant Malcolm X. Or you were referencing Kirk. Maybe I was mixing them up in my head. Maybe I did say Charlie X, and I was thinking Charlie Kirk because of the assassinated and saying good people, and I was like, I don't know about that with him so much. I'll give Charlie Kirk his due. I do appreciate that what his MO was to engage people in conversation and debate. I don't feel like it was very genuine from what I've seen of him, so I'm not gonna give him too much credit. But like I do at least appreciate that like his whole model was actually dialogue and debate. You got me. Such things don't always translate through on the text format. Especially because I had thought of Charlie Kirk, so I was like, oh god, did I say Charlie X? Did I say Charlie X? Please don't have said Charlie X. I wish we could have some Charlie Kirk figures who weren't so hyper polarizing. I would really love if we could have some people who could hold space for like actually having tough conversations and bringing the echo chambers together. But I feel like also every time that happens, the two echo chambers basically just scream at each other and have no actual space to listen and like take on board at all what the other people are saying. I mean I do think that was a big part of it. I think he was finding people who were not ideologically or intellectually capable of keeping up with him. Because again, I don't think that he was some sort of intellectual titan or anything like that, but I think he was good at what he did in the sense of like he picked that format for a reason because he was, it was in his wheelhouse. And so I think that's a lot of what it was basically just to make liberals look stupid. But I mean, to be fair, it's really easy to make a lot of liberals look stupid. But I mean, you could do the same thing the other way too, and there's plenty of people that do it the other way. It's really easy to make a lot of conservatives look stupid too. So that was probably the main thrust of what he was doing, was essentially just using what abilities he had to make liberals look dumb, and more specifically to make liberals make themselves look dumb. And that's not particularly productive. I mean, it was productive for his ends, but not productive for the forward momentum of society. That is one thing I hope, if because like part of my podcast idea is I'd also like to create like a Discord community. I just Discord because it's not social media and because it's the basically the only platform that exists where I could actually have that kind of community. But I hope to create a space. If I have a community, I hope to create a space where at least part of it can be bringing people together who have different ideas. Because that's the other thing about all of this, is that I feel like football is the one of the great social connectors, and I feel that's really missing in a lot of society now is we start from the things that we don't like about each other and we start from our differences. Whereas if maybe we start at football and we can all, come to football first and find the humanity in each other in that common shared love, then maybe we can start talking to each other about actual serious things without just, walling off. And because I don't think there's any way forward unless normal people from with different beliefs can actually start talking to each other. Because if we just hate on each other, then we've already lost. It's all divide and conquer, and it's so effective. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. I actually really like. I don't really like debating people because I don't really like the conflict element of it per se, but like I love having discussions with people that I don't agree with. I love having discussions with people who have different opinions than me. I love listening to people who have different opinions than me, and then in my own head, weighing it up, sorting it out, and trying to see if there's something, if there's any diamonds in the rough in there. And that's the thing, though. Like, it's really difficult in this day and age to have, to speak with people who don't agree with you, because oftentimes, like, from my experience, and this isn't to like pat myself on the back or toot my own horn or whatever, but like I've been engaged with this stuff my entire adult life. So like whenever I talk to people who have different opinions than me, like usually they basically fold like a wet paper bag within seconds, because there's no substance to what they believe or what they're saying at all. But of course, if you if someone's whole like view collapses under that kind of scrutiny immediately, in my opinion, first of all, you should really reassess. But I feel like what it really just does, though, is those people just pull tighter into their shell and just double down on whatever it is they believe, even if they literally have nothing whatsoever to be able to defend their beliefs. And two, because like I'm not trying to tear anyone down. Like what I genuinely, when I have discussions with or dialogue or debates with people who have different opinions than me, like I'm looking more than trying to prove them wrong. I'm trying to find the flaws in my own reasoning. Like if I can have a discussion with someone who views something entirely differently than I do, I think it's great. Not because I want to tear them down or prove them wrong or change their mind, but because I want to see if there's something I'm missing. Because I'm just a guy. I just, I have my own frame, my own experience, my own exposure to the world, and that's just a tiny little corner of reality. And so like I'm more looking for someone to show me something that I've missed, or to show me where my arguments are weak, or to show me where I've made a bad assumption or something like that. And so like oftentimes I'll engage really fully with people, and then it just totally overwhelms them because it turns out there is absolutely no substance to what they're saying. That's where culture comes back in then I go too, I guess, though. That's why I want to build my work around football, because football brings people together. And even like with German like fan culture, the it could be the most hateful rivalry in German football, but when they need to, they put it all aside and they fight for the common good. And I'm like, imagine that. Imagine a world where like even if we created a balkanized society where we don't all necessarily get along. Maybe there's a group of, maybe there's a town full of white supremacists right next to a town full of, Afro supremacists, and maybe they really don't like each other and they never get along and they never interact with each other and they just live their lives in isolation. But when there's a reason to come together, they can put their differences aside for a little bit and do what needs to be done to protect all of their common interests, and then they just go back to living separately. Like I don't want segregation. I don't want, anything like that, but like I feel like that would be better than where we're at now. If we could if people could just live their lives, and if that means that you just don't interact with certain people or whatever, as long as you're not harming them, whatever. But if we can come together in solidarity when we need to, that would be such a big step forward. Because like I feel like there's so little solidarity, and that's one of the big things that all of this divide and conquer and wedge issues and all of that creates, is that like people just on all the different sides of the divides, they just, they're the idea of acting in solidarity and common interest, even if it would genuinely benefit you, is just so beyond so many people now. Because I'm like, you look at, like, again, it's, it's sort of whatever, but like what Jimmy Dore said, like back in the days when you did union organizing, it wasn't like, union organizers wouldn't go into a workplace and be like, oh, are you a Trump supporter? Get out. Are you pro LGBTQ? Get out. Like, okay, the 5 of us that are left, we're gonna start a union. No, it was like, let's put our differences aside and form a union and fight for our common causes, and we can sort the rest afterwards once we're stopped, being crushed under the weight of our differences. I feel like for me, like it's totally the same. Like I was a self-avowed communist, and then I was a self-avowed socialist. And I mean, like, as I would say, if I had to put a brand on myself now, I would say I'm an anarchist at heart. But like, I prefer to not label myself at all anymore, because I would much rather be able to operate in any space and hear what everyone has to say. Because like, just putting a label on myself and just being like, I'm this or I'm that, it puts a target on my back, because people, if you say you're a communist or a socialist or whatever, then it'll be so insanely difficult to make any leeway with anyone who is not those things. And just the same as, like, if you were to say, like, I don't even know. I don't know what a reasonable thing on the right is, like a 3% or whatever, like the militia types, the sovereign citizen types. If you were to put a label like that on yourself, then no leftist would ever go near you and never speak to you and whatever. So it's just like, I'm here for solutions. I don't care about politics. I don't care about what, people's individual politics. I'm like, if you have something worthwhile to add to the discussion, I'll hear you out. I might not agree with you. I might not agree with anything else that you have to say, but if you've got something good to bring to the discussion, I'll hear you out, because I'm looking for solutions. I'm not looking to fight with anyone. I'm looking to build bridges with people. And like, was it Frederick Douglass, I think, a quote from Frederick Douglass, like, I will, I will, what? I'm not going to butcher his quote, because it's one of my favorite, most beautiful quotes, and I'm just blanking on it right now. Yeah, I will unite with anybody to do right and with nobody to do wrong. I feel like those words from Frederick Douglass, that's basically my philosophy now. I'm like, everything is so wrong in this world. I will team up with anyone to do good. And it, like, even if it's people who I otherwise would never agree with or who I view as bad, if we can team up to do good, I'll team up with them to do good. And if afterwards they go back to doing bad, then I will oppose them and I won't support them anymore. But I'm like, we gotta find some way to come together, because if we stay divided, then we're never gonna get anywhere. Oh my god. I have not. Let's see what that's all about. That is that is so weird. Cause I'm like, because like it's just like the first thing that came up when I googled this was like Reddit and people discussing it. And everyone's saying they don't know what the Totenkopf means, and I'm like, hasn't it only ever had one meaning? Like, I'm pretty sure the thing that everyone knows it for is that it was an SS symbol. But he got in the military with his team. That raises other questions, I feel like. Because also too, because I'm like, if he did it on purpose, that raises issues. If he did it as like a thing with his military unit, that raises other issues. But also, I'm like, if he's not, if he doesn't, if he's not proud of it, laser removal is also a thing. Yeah, I don't know. I was really into World War II and stuff like that. Like to me, it's unmistakable. But I also acknowledge that a lot of people know a lot less about a lot of things than I do. So I don't know, but like that's, and you would also think particularly that soldiers in the military would be more likely to know what the actual history of that symbol is. Because like unlike the swastika, which has a history that's millennia old and is, you'll find it all over the world and it's super prominent in India. In fact, there's literally someone down the hallway in my apartment building, like 2 doors down, who has a swastika on their door, but like it's a clearly Indian swastika in a clearly like, like East Indian context. Oh, okay, that doesn't look good. Now I look up and see my arm raised like that. Talking about swastikas. But like, I don't know, the Totenkopf is not exactly a symbol that goes back millennia, as far as I know. Like, this is a really... Oh my god, what is happening in politics? Like, and I don't know, maybe this guy is legit, maybe he's not, maybe it was a mistake, maybe it wasn't. Like, I really, I can't judge that off of, like, knowing about this for, like, 2 minutes, but, like, this is... Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, that's the thing. I'm like, every person I've ever known who's been in any way associated with the military, like, it's super into all of this stuff. Like, it's just, I mean, the only thing that I can think of, honestly, is that this is just, it's just more distraction. It's just more, like, more way to get people fucking get their brains addled and to get, get people all fucking mixed up and confused, and because it's like, because that's the thing too, because now this becomes a perfect argument for anyone who wants to like push back against Democrats or leftists or communists or socialists or whatever. Then they now can be like, oh, you guys love the Nazi. And I'm like, whether that's right or wrong, like, I really don't know. So I'm not really passing judgment on that, but like, you guys are walking right into a trap at best. I, I can only think that this is literally just, if there's any intention to this at all, it's just to get people even more screwed up. Man, I'm definitely like, I have a strong affinity for Celtic culture. Like, I've been super into like the history of druids. Like, the Celts were the first people to be genocided, like, clearly on record. I mean, there was probably more genocidal activities that happened. There's stuff happened in the Near East, the West Asia, before the time of the Romans and the Celts. But like, I'm super into Celtic stuff. I would totally get Celtic ruins tattooed, because as like a way to reclaim it from the people who have taken them and made them into something horrible. But to cover up a Nazi tattoo with a Celtic symbol, I don't know, man. That feels like fucking dig up stupid. Like you're really not you're not making it better. And like that sort of shit actually really bothers me because like I really think that the Celtic culture is something really beautiful and like something that we would do well to learn from the Celts and to remember, for example, that like the Irish people, the great anti-colonial fighters, the great white anti-colonial fighters, the white people, the Europeans who suffered genocide at imperial hands, they are of Celtic heritage. They have Celtic symbols, and you know, like Irish culture is rooted in Celtic, you know, tradition. But like to cover a Nazi symbol with a Celtic symbol is not approaching this the right way. Oh my god, it's just gets worse and worse. Good lord. That oh man. Especially too because I mean to be fair, I feel like the further removed white people are from their indigenous cultural history because like that's the thing like Celtic tradition is one of the indigenous traditions of Europe. And like they suffered the same fate as a lot of the indigenous peoples of the world did at the exact same hands. You know, they also were literally genocided by an imperial power, actually multiple times, you could argue. But like because I think one of the problems that has white people really going off the rails is that like we don't actually have our own indigenous cultures to root back into. And so we're just kind of adrift in the world, and that makes us really, really vulnerable to getting led down the wrong paths because like we, you know, we don't there really isn't a lot for white people to really like root into that's healthy. And I think that's also, to be fair, I think that's one of the reasons why Celtic symbols were specifically became specifically associated with like neo-Nazis and stuff like that was because it's a way to deprive white people of like a meaningful tradition that can actually give us like some centering, some, you know, like the indigenous cultures of Europe have been largely wiped out. Like, you know, and so basically almost all like Euro American cultures have no rooting anymore. Like we've been utterly separated from our own indigenous heritage because like that's the thing, and it's like it's not this is not like a white supremacist thing or whatever, but like Europe is the indigenous homeland of the, you know, Caucasian diaspora, as you might say. But there is not a lot of real cultural tradition to be found left there, you know. And it's again, that's not to say that like Europe is only for white people or anything like that, but like that is the indigenous homeland of Caucasian people, and there were indigenous cultures there, and most of them suffered the same fate as every other indigenous culture. Like the last crusades weren't against Muslims, they were against the pagans of Lithuania. I think, and I mean, and it's so sad too because I feel like sort of like one of my sort of cultural thesis is that like empires like the Roman Empire, like they destroyed a lot of the indigenous cultures of Europe, and then in the aftermath of, and the destruction of the indigenous cultures of Europe, those empires filled that vacuum, and that's why then, you know, the former indigenous peoples of Europe or the became the foot soldiers of empire. And you can see it today too. I mean, like, and again, this is not any judgment of whatever, but like, look at the US military now. The US military is largely like is a huge percentage of it is, you know, Latin American and African American people. And they've become the foot soldiers of empire now, in the same way that the Celts became auxiliaries in the Roman army and they went and crushed other people after they had been crushed. Yeah. And I mean, yeah, exactly. It has been a very, very, very long project to cut the roots out from under all of us. And I feel like white people come off looking the worst because we were amongst the first to have our roots cut out. And if you can see it everywhere though now. And it's like you say, you know, the Latin diaspora, Europeans, and I mean too, but it's this African Americans as well, by separating them from their homeland and their traditions and bringing them to the Americas as slaves. I mean, it would be tough enough if you had if you just brought them here, not even as slaves, but to especially bringing them over as slaves. It's just, you know, that you cut the legs out from under them too. You snip the roots. You leave everyone adrift, because if people don't have cultural roots to keep them grounded, then they're just free floating. And when people are free floating, it becomes so much easier to push them where you need them. Like, as you say, they had pride of the military service, Latin communities has been, yeah. But I mean, that's the thing, because if you cut off Latin American communities, like the Latin communities, from their own traditions and stuff like that, and you create this sort of like, you know, artificial tradition of, you know, military pride and military service, you probably couldn't have done that if they still had, you know, the ties to their traditional cultures, you know, like strong, deeply rooted traditional cultures. I bet you don't get them having a strong feeling about military service and the pride, you know, pride in that. Who runs the world? Bankers. And no, that is not like a Jewish trope thing. Like literally bankers. Not any particular not any particular group of people other than people who work for big banks. I don't know. The people, to me, the people who like, I think all of the racial animism and everything, animus. Yeah. And that is the thing. So that's, I will certainly, of course, grant that like global hegemonic empire is still very Euro and like Anglo-American centered. Like, there's no question about that. The empires that conquered the world and destroyed most of the indigenous peoples, it was white people. Where are these banks from? Europe. They're pretty much all from Europe. Europe and America. But the thing is, though, because the thing about the separation, though, yeah, but see, the thing is, if you look, though, well, I mean, these specific systems, yes. But the thing is, it's like, is it because they were white? Or is it because Europe was the place where they were and where they could build their power base? That's interesting, though. I'm curious, like, genuinely curious. Like, what do you mean by Eurocentricity? Because I feel like Europe is collapsing. And if that wasn't what they wanted, it wouldn't be. I would assume that centralized authority is the end goal. Yes, I would definitely agree with you on that. Because that's the thing. Because that's the thing. Because to make it about, it is interesting though too that you say recent history, because that is like, if you look anywhere in the world, like there have been similar power structures pretty much everywhere. It was the Europeans that made it global. because like most places in the world had hierarchical empires. It was the Europeans that decided that they wanted like that they were going to take it global. But again, was that the people, like was that just white people in general, or was that the power class of Europe? Because I don't think, generally speaking, yeah, Russia is a bit of a weird case with that one, isn't it? But the thing is, I think that's, again, to me, that's divide and conquer. Because like I would separate the ruling class of a place like America, for example, from the people of America. Because like of course there's brainwashing, propaganda, cultural normativity, and all of these things that lead to the people of a nation going along with the powers that be. But I don't think it's like, for example, like I don't think average white people are any more particularly evil than average Latin people or average African people or average Middle Eastern people. I think we need to really keep our eyes laser focused on where the power actually lies, because the power doesn't really lie with white people per se. The power lies with the people who have the power. The billionaires, the bankers, the Kissingers of the world, the people who meet at the Bilderberg Group, who run all of the world's largest corporations and who run, think tanks and Chatham House and the Council on Foreign Relations. And it's tough because a lot of it is so out of sight that like you really have to dig deep to find it. But I really don't think it's about, like, I don't think it's, to me, it's not a racial thing at all. There's lots of white people who are suffering from this system too. To me, it's, I keep my eyes focused up high. It's the people who have the money, it's the people who have the power, it's the people who create this and run the structures and the systems that govern society and that formulate, because it's like, propaganda. Well, where does the propaganda come from? Who's producing that propaganda? And I mean, yes, a lot of those people are white people, but I don't think it's because they're white that they're doing it. I think it's because the power structures are set up in white, like predominantly white nations. But I don't think it's necessarily to do with being white. I think it's because the power, like a lot of the people who hold ultimate power at a global level are white. But it's not because they're white that they're evil and they're doing these things. It's because they're greedy and they're power hungry and they're honestly probably really fucked in the head. And don't worry, I'm not at all assuming that you're saying that like white people are evil or that white people are like fundamentally the problem or anything like that. Like I absolutely want to make clear, like I basically don't see anything fundamentally wrong with what you're saying. I just think that like it becomes so easy to slip into, again, like racial animus and like making it a racial issue and focusing on, like, say, like Americans, and that's something that's really bad in Canada right now. Like we're oh, fucking Americans. I'm like, it's not Americans, it's the people at the top of America that are turning Canadians and Americans against each other. And I'm like, I have nothing against any average American. I have a lot of issues with the people in America who have all the money and the power, though. Just like I have an issue with all the people in Canada who have all the money and the power. That's fair. I mean, that is fair. I would argue probably that a lot of like a lot of the sort of the idea though behind white normative structures is, again, though, because if you can get people to fight each other on a basis of race, which, like, because that was the thing, like, I could be wrong and I don't want to be super ignorant here, but like when I learned about like slavery in the United States, a lot of the really brutal people who oversaw, like the overseers and stuff like that on plantations, were white people. But their lot in life was actually really shitty too. But the key was that the people who had the real power on those plantations, they didn't want the slaves and the white people with really shitty lives to realize, like, hey, this really sucks for both of us. We should Maybe we should get together and overthrow the people who are making all of our lives terrible. And so they put, they gave the white overseers enough power over the black slaves that it basically mollified them, and they felt empowered in their lives because they were able to kick down on someone else. And I feel like that's what this is too, is that it's like by creating like a white normative or like Eurocentric model, it doesn't really hurt, or like it kind of, it benefits them because they are able to then make it about like, like for example, like white privilege. And it's like, it's not even to say that there isn't some element of white privilege, or that white privilege isn't a thing to some extent or whatever. But if you get groups that are disenfranchised and hurt by the system, and you get them to look at each other comparatively, then they're still not looking up at the people who are actually holding the power. I feel like this is one of those situations where me and you are probably more or less on the same page, and it's more about like the nuance of how to like translate this into how we could actually have this conversation with people who aren't on the same page. I mean, that really is it, isn't it? That's such a great example of exactly where they've positioned us. Because like it's wild, because if you look, for example, at like the communist, particularly the, was it the October Revolution, like the revolution of Lenin in the Soviet Union, it was bankrolled by the same bankers who then also bankrolled all of the capitalist infrastructure and businesses. Like that's where, again, where it comes, like where I feel like looking at the bankers is really important, because oftentimes when you look, the people who control the money will often fund both sides of everything. Like even too, like in World War II, like Wall Street was funding the American war effort. They were funding the communist revolution and the Soviet Union's war effort, and they were also funding the Nazis. So I feel like we really need to learn how to pick out the people that benefit no matter what happens, and the people that play all sides. Because like that was something that I learned about with Cecil Rhodes during the Boer War in South Africa. One of his right-hand man was the main advisor to the Boer leaders. And so Cecil Rhodes and the Council on Foreign Relations were able to play both sides and get the war that they wanted, because they were able to manipulate and maneuver both sides into an unavoidable conflict. Like it was completely avoidable, but because of the power that he had, being able to influence both sides of the conflict, the war became unavoidable, because the decision makers on both sides were being controlled by a higher level of power that wanted the conflict to happen no matter what. And it didn't really benefit either the British or the Boers particularly much. It was a horrifying war. That's where we got concentration camps from. But most people don't know that the main advisor to the Boers was someone who was also closely allied with the main advisor to the British. Like, and it's the same thing. Like you can see it in World War I and World War II. Like the people who were financing both sides of both of those wars, they were all the same people, because to them they were making profit, they were making money. They benefited from the destruction of Europe in both conflicts, because they were the ones who got to make all the money from building Europe back up again. And I think that's where we need to keep our eyes. But it's tough, because it's like I could see it, you could see it, but like you said, like the the old men afraid of socialism, or the communists who can't see the shortcomings, that actually, the real shortcomings that have existed in communist and socialist systems. Like people get so stuck into their own ideologies that like it becomes impossible for them to see it as anything other than like us versus them or like good versus bad, when it's like most of the time it's both sides being played by people who benefit from the conflicts and the strife and the destruction no matter what, because they're above it. They don't have to. Like there's a reason why Switzerland has unquestioned neutrality, because that's where most of the most powerful people in the world live. So they don't, no one's allowed to draw Switzerland into a war. But if all of the rest of Europe burns around them, well, it doesn't matter because their interests are protected and they can profit off of the rebuilding of Europe being burnt to the ground. Man, it's been a while since I've had a good conversation like this with anyone other than my girlfriend. It's so good to have you back, Oro. Or I guess maybe another way to put it would be it's good to be back, because I was the one who had actually stepped away. Yeah, yeah, I think that is pretty appropriate. Man, that's another reason to like I've tried to gracefully slip away from politics, is like to see the people that get clout is just maddening. And to see like because like I see like once you see this stuff, you can't unsee it. And then like everywhere you look, it just is just it's hard to not see the patterns and to see how often people who think they are wildly different and wildly, antagonistic towards towards the other side often are playing the exact same playbook just in their own flavor. Also, I feel like Hassan is definitely a plant. I mean, I don't know if that's abundantly obvious or not, but like, I mean, he might also just be a moron, but like, I'm gonna go with plant. He gets far too much attention to be just a moron, I feel like, but maybe I'm just conspiratorial. Although I guess maybe I don't know, maybe it is somewhat organic because I feel like unfortunately a lot of people are kind of at that level, so maybe they just like him because he reminds them of themselves. Hmm. The Jared Ball does ring a bell, but I don't. I'm gonna have so many tabs open. Let's see. Ooh, I think I would like this Gerald Horn guy. Oh. I feel like if millennials are killing capitalism, it's an act of self-defense. Beautiful. I like the sounds of that. I always appreciate people who actually do research into platform real scholars. Wow, all excellent recommendations. I do know Electronic Intifada very well. That's one for finally I can be like I've followed their work for many years. I was it I feel like Chris Hedges was probably the one who got me onto Electronic Intifada. Um, that's an excellent shout. But I these all like just again quick just a quick look at them each, but or them all, but these all look like absolutely excellent recommendations. This makes me sad. I'm gonna be so busy with my own podcast because I'm like literally every one of these episodes sounds absolutely fantastic. I basically have like a whole folder of in my favorites of like all of the different references and all the different people and all the different things you've introduced me to. I feel like I've learned so much and been introduced to so much by you. I bet that's a great book. That is, I think that would be such an interesting topic because like I don't know. I don't feel like it's my place to comment on like African American culture at all. But it does feel like an unnatural, or perhaps to say a engineered. It feels engineered that so much of like prominent black culture has to do with like accumulation of wealth and like the display of wealth and things like that, and like as far as I'm concerned that doesn't have anything to do with any sort of real black cultures I've ever heard of, but like it's conspicuous that when you look at like the rap world and stuff like that, so much of it is about like conspicuous consumption. And like again, it's not my place to really speak on that. I don't really know much, and it's not my culture, and I don't have anything probably overly useful to say on it. But like that was something that stood out to me because it, from what little I know of traditional like like African and Afro American cultures and stuff like that, like giant gold chains that cost $150,000 and having like a whole stable of cars and like super expensive cars and lots of blingy jewelry and stuff like that does not really align with any holistic kind of cultures I've ever heard of in the sort of African or African American sphere. Oh, bless him. Bless him for fighting that fight though. I love people who are willing to stand up and be pushed back on, because like, and too because you know he's legit. If he's willing to stand up and have people push back over and over and over again, and he's willing to do it over and over and over again, like to me that's a sign he's totally legit. Because so many people just they get pushed back on and they're like, okay, well I won't come here again, I'll go find other people who will agree with me. So for him to face that and to always keep coming back, good for him. Where would I find those lectures? Is that like, does he have a YouTube channel or something? Do you know, or does he have like a website? See a lot of him on other people's podcasts. Oh, fair. I just I just I don't know where to find like the actual lectures though. Under huh. That's a weird advertisement. I put in Dr. Jared Ball lectures Morgan State University into YouTube, and the sponsored ad is for the fucking Peterson Academy. I like this guy. He definitely seems like he definitely seems like he's at least thinking outside the box, if absolutely nothing else. Cool. We'll do. We'll do. Thank you, man. You always have just fantastic recommendations. I feel like there's not a single thing you've recommended to me. Like I haven't been able to look in super depth into a lot of them, but like everything that I've looked at that you've ever recommended to me has been super interesting and worth my time. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Finding some stuff. Got some longer ones. Good stuff. It's good because like I always try and have as wide a perspective as possible. Like I'm willing to hear anyone out. But so but like it's there's only so much you can find on your own. There's only so many things you can be exposed to on your own. There's only so many things you can listen to, rabbit holes you can go into, ideas you can trace down. So having someone else who has a lot of good recommendations, like there's a few things that you've suggested I've heard, but like almost everything you've recommended, like I've never come across, even when it's pretty close to the same, because again, like I've also been in the leftist space for a long time and tried to find it, search as widely and find as many different people and viewpoints and ideas as I could, and it just goes to show how much you can barely scratch the surface, no matter how hard you try. So having someone who has all these things ready to go and can recommend them is really, really helpful. Yeah, and even too, even for even things that I never, if I never have the chance to look into them, I feel like even just having some of the basic ideas and knowing that there's people out there doing some of this work and like how how diverse the thought can be and how to know that it's not just a bunch of people repeating the same thing to each other over and over again is it's encouraging, it's helpful, it's just feels better. Yeah, that's a weird one because I'm like there's not really any way to separate those things. Like if everything was about race, like specifically everything being about race, then I'd be like, yeah, that's probably too narrow. But like there is obviously no extra, like even if you just looked at it as like race being used as a wedge issue and a way to divide and conquer, that would mean that it's still relevant and obviously super integrated into the issue. Like you can't separate the economy from race if, for numerous reasons. And then like you say, like, and I mean it's wild too because like it's both like old school slavery, like pre 1856 or whatever slavery, but also it, like to this very day, like the American economy is still a huge chunk of it is run on slavery. A huge chunk of the global economy is still run on slavery, and most people who are enslaved are people for whom their race plays a role in that. Like, you look at the American prison system, they're literally like slave labor camps. And who overwhelmingly is makes up the population of those prison slave labor camps? Black and Latino people. And like, you look at who are the people who are enslaved globally, for example, like in the fisheries, largely Africans and South Asians. Like, there's a lot of slavery in the fishing industry, and it's part of it has to do with race. Like, I, I really don't think. I think it's a mistake to look at anything in isolation. Like, you can't look at the economy without race. You can't look at race without the economy. You can't look at war without race. You can't look at race without war. Like, I think we really, like, we have a really big problem that we tend to want to put everything into neat little boxes and just pretend that they're not all interconnected. And that goes like for everything, whether it be political stuff, whether it be cultural stuff, whether it be spiritual stuff, like everything is connected. And the more you divide it and the more you look at everything as like a little individualized unit separate from the whole, the less complete your understanding of reality is going to be. Yeah, exactly. I've never seen uh I've never seen like kids in like France, like little white kids in France being sent down holes to dig out cobalt or whatever to rare earth minerals, all these like they do in the Congo. There's definitely things that are not like, I mean, white people have their own problems, white people have their own things that they're, and Europeans have their own things that they have their own reasons to have issue, they have their own things that they've suffered, they have their own problems, they have their own, but like it's not all the same. Like, it's not, we're not sending little white German kids down into cobalt mines just big enough for them to crawl into and have to be pulled out by a rope. Like, I mean, even the notion of like creating societal circumstances, like there's a lot of bad shit that happens to a lot of white people in America and in Europe and stuff like that. Again, I think of it more as a class struggle sort of idea. I think of it more as a very small, powerful elite turning us all against each other. But like, there's also definitely things that are not that that like white people in Europe and America don't face that are really distinctly not an issue for them. And I mean, we have to. I was gonna say give people their due, but like we have to understand like the real issues that people face and like the factors that lead to that, because it's like obviously the powers that be, obviously little 5-year olds being sent down into cobalt mines is something that is accepted or tolerated in some way or another in this world. But if you were to send little white kids in Canada down into a cobalt mine, that is obviously not tolerated. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I was so, like, even going back to, like, high school, I was blown away with the argument that, like, well, like, like, people in China, you know, at least they get to work in, fucking, like, sweat shack labor camps building iPhones, because if they didn't have that, there would be no economic opportunity for them. Like, if, if Indian farmers, you know, didn't have Monsanto and whatever to prop up their farming, like they wouldn't have any opportunity. Like if we didn't have Walmart, then people in rural Alabama wouldn't even have those jobs. And it's like, is that really what we're gonna do? We're gonna be like, well, sure, it's slavery, or sure, it's the most like degrading and demeaning, subpar, subhuman jobs imaginable, but like, just think how much worse their life would be if they didn't have these degrading, subhuman slave jobs. Like, can we not think of maybe something better? Can we not put the bar so fucking low? Because I think we're doing something wrong if people need to be grateful for their Walmart jobs because otherwise their Walmart jobs, they wouldn't have anything. Well, then that's a fundamental failure of the system. Like, if Chinese people should be happy because at least they have jobs assembling iPhones in slave-like conditions, maybe we should reconsider what we're doing, because that doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound like something we should be being like, oh, it's better than nothing. Yeah. Yeah. It's tough too, because like this is the kind of, so like, bear with me for a second if I sound crazy or insensitive here, because this is not to do with human suffering, but this is where developing like a spiritual center for myself and like a spiritual philosophy for myself is somewhat helpful, to at least be able to like contextualize the insanity and intense suffering and brutality of this world. Is that at least I have developed like this, my understanding of the world is that like this level of reality is so awful, essentially, because the quickest way for our souls to evolve, and like if you're not with me on the spiritual side of this, that's totally cool, just is more like a sort of hypothesis on the larger level of all of this, but like it is generally through hardship that our spirits and souls evolve the fastest, overcoming greater difficulties. And so like I try to frame the events of the world in that context to give myself some spiritual peace, not to justify any of it, of course, but that like if our souls evolve through overcoming adversity, and as above so below, all things, all things are connected, I at least like to think about it, or try to like put it in the context of like all of these horrible things that have happened have hopefully at least created the circumstances by which we can collectively grow, because if we were not challenged, we wouldn't have the impetus to evolve into something better. But like, man, it can be hard to see it that way. When you look at like just the endless suffering and destruction everywhere, it's hard just to keep it framed in the idea of like, on some higher level, it allows us to grow. Because like, that's what I try and keep it. That's why I try and keep it framed at within my own sort of spiritual context, is like every destruction and every horrible thing is an opportunity for us to learn that that's not the way to live, and for our souls to evolve into some better form. Like I'm sort of like, I'm of the Alan Watts kind of school of spirituality. I tend to lean a lot more towards Eastern traditions and indigenous traditions, and I try to find, I mean, you could throw out another name, Aldous Huxley. I try and find sort of the perennial philosophy with the commonality that all ancient traditions have. Because I feel like there is really, like, there is a perennial philosophy, and most religions, like most, like, not institutional religions, but like real spiritual traditions, tend to all circle the same truths, and they tend to be the same truths framed through the cultural lenses appropriate to the places in which those spiritual traditions developed and served purpose. And so, like a lot of traditional spiritual traditions have that sort of idea that like our souls come to earth to grow and develop because it's only at this level of existence that we have true agency, and it's only through true agency that we can grow and develop in the meaningful way necessary for our souls to evolve into something bigger and better, essentially. I mean, that's a super like Spark Notes version of it. But like, I mean, so like that's sort of where I'm coming from with that, because like, but like that's sometimes that's all I can lean back on, because I'm like, if not that, then like, man, we're just really fucked, fucked up and fucked. And of course, that is to say, of course, that not that it is in no way meant to justify any evil or harm, or it's not to say like, well, colonialism was good because it really put all of those poor indigenous people under a lot of stress so that they could grow, their souls could grow into something better. Because ultimately, that's not the tension that is good; it's the growth that is good. But its growth is not necessarily, does not have to come through pain and suffering and horribleness. But that's where the Eastern traditions come in, because like in Indian Vedic tradition, there's the idea of like the Yuga cycle, and according to pretty much every tradition, traditional interpretation of the Yuga cycle, we are in the lowest part of the Yuga cycle. We are in or just exiting the Kali Yuga, which is the densest, most awful, terrible part of the cycle, where the development of souls happens mostly through pain, hardship, suffering, and the like. But it also then makes the point that the other side of that is that in the golden age of the Yuga cycle, we grow through the other side of it: love, compassion, understanding, and it just, boy, does it, if that any of that is true, boy, sometimes it does not feel good to be alive in the Kali Yuga. Yeah, I mean, definitely a lot of people can get really, really spun around. It's tough though too, because it's also like, I feel like if there is any perennial philosophy or any core truths, I feel like they have been so obfuscated, so hidden, so bastardized, so manipulated, that like even too a lot of times when people, because it's like when I was in high school, a lot of the kids I went to high school with like called themselves Buddhist and stuff like that, and I'm like, I'm fuck what, like almost 20 years older than I was then, and I'm still struggling to really fully grasp even the basics of like what Buddhism really teaches and like what the real core of it is. So like I can't imagine those devoted little 15-year-old Buddhists really had any idea what they were talking about. But like Buddhism is definitely, I mean, like look at Myanmar. People wouldn't think that Buddhists could commit a genocide, and yet it would seem that they have done so multiple times in history. So like it is really tough. Like that's really, it's hard to know like where because I feel like anything of real value is often the hardest things to find, often the most obfuscated, often the most like prone to being perverted, to being misused, to being misrepresented. And so, yeah, I think a lot of people mistake growth for something else. Ha! I love that you said that because that is pretty much what I live by. And like I can see some value in religion for people. Like I can see where religion can give people structure, and it can give them meaning. And like for some people that's what they need from it and it serves that purpose. Like there's a lot of good teachings and a lot of religions and the people who latch on to like the basics of Jesus, for example. Like if you really look what his sermon said, I feel like there was a lot of good stuff in there. I feel like the institutionalization of religion is where it goes wrong. But like I love that you said that because like to me I totally agree. Like it's a vibe check. And like another way I would put that is like you have to find the truth in yourself. You can't let other people give you truths. Like and like of course you can also people can still be open to misinterpretation. People can be open to um you know, to being manipulated and things like that. But like ultimately, that is exactly it's a vibe check. Like, is it because I feel like the perennial philosophy, like my guiding principle is love. Love is the universal energy. Like, if there is a God, I would say to me, like my conceptualization of what you might call God is what the Celts might have called the source of all creation. What the indigenous people of the Americas would probably call like the Great Spirit. Like what uh what quantum physicists would call the quantum field, the energy that all things are a part of. And like from my own experiences with spiritual experiences, psychedelics, past life regressions, like I've done a lot of different sort of spiritual exploration. And like what it always comes back to is that like essentially like I actually have it I won't bother trying to pull my camera over, but like literally to my left I have a sign that says like on my own little personal altar that says love is the answer. Because like to me that's what it comes down to. If you have a spiritual belief or a spiritual tradition or a religion where love isn't the answer, then I don't know that I can really give it too much credit, you know what I mean? And like from my own explorations into spirituality, like love is the universal animating force. And so like if your spirituality or religion doesn't vibe check with love, then it's probably, in my books, it's not something that I would get on board with. And that's the thing. Like, I think there is a lot of, for example, I think there is a lot of, like, I can find a lot of appreciation for Orthodox Christianity. But again, like you say, once it gets into discrimination, I'm like, I don't know, that doesn't sound like Jesus to me. Jesus was hanging out with the prostitutes and the lepers and the poor and the homeless. You know, I don't think discrimination vibes with anything that Jesus had to say. Nothing I've ever encountered that Jesus had to say. Funny enough, I feel like the only people that Jesus in that would probably discriminate against would be again kind of the banker crowd. I mean, the one time he got real fucking pissed off and started smashing shit and whipping people was the money changers in the temple. I don't think Jesus was a punch down kind of guy. I think Jesus was a punch up kind of guy. If assuming there was, we'll just whether there was a real Jesus or not, like the figure of Jesus just strikes me as he wouldn't want to be bullying trans kids. And I think that's where culture gets into it because like Orthodox Christianity has a certain cultural context, and I feel like it's the cultural context that makes them want to discriminate or potentially end up discriminating against trans kids. I don't think that it's anything that Jesus had to say. Just like I think there's a lot of really beautiful, loving things in Buddhist traditions, but probably shouldn't be ethnically cleansing the Rohingya. I don't think Buddha would have been on board with that. I mean, to be fair, I don't know that much about Myanmar or any of that stuff, but like, I don't know. Killing people and driving them off their land doesn't really vibe with any of the great spiritual figures I've ever heard about. Well, that's another tab I'm gonna have to open up. I would love to know. I would love to know what Mel Gibson's take on the beating the crap out of the money changers was. It's funny how that part you don't hear a lot of modern Christians, particularly not like say the I don't know, mega church types. I bet they don't tell that story very often. Don't really hear, don't really hear the story of Jesus overturning the tables and whipping the money changers and driving them out of the temple. That one doesn't seem to come up as much. I'm just gonna step away for 1 second. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Yeah, exactly. I love to try and see them frame it as like, oh, please give us donations so that we don't have to let the money changers come into our temple. Hey, by the way, I meant to ask like shortly after you after we started talking, like 2 hours ago. Were you the one who voted I don't know on the fan protests, or were you or is that someone else? I only asked because like I feel like you would naturally reflexively probably go towards fan protests, like being in favor of fan protests and against restrictive security measures. But on the odd chance that like you didn't know what was going on and it was you that voted that because you wanted to know, I figured I'd offer the opportunity to explain that if that was you. Yeah, that's fair. Do you want the background? Because I won't lecture you on it if now is not the moment. But if you're interested in what the background of that is, I'd be happy to share it so I can maybe also that way I can polish up a little bit because that's going to be the first 3 episodes of my podcast are that's going to be a central theme because there is actually like it's happening right now in Germany. There is like a the fans are going to war against the basically the government right now, and it's an amazing show of solidarity. Classic German fan culture. So on from December 3rd to 5th, there's going to be a meeting of the interior ministers of Germany, and one of the things that they'll be discussing is like they have a council on like basically like sport and culture or whatever. And so they've come to the conclusion that a couple of conclusions. One is that German football is like unsafe, and that stadiums are unsafe, and that like fan culture is essentially dangerous. Like it's not quite, they're not saying quite so overtly as that, but that like it's football is unsafe, that the fans are too dangerous, and that like the policing resources required to keep to secure these big sporting events every week or whatever is too big. And so they want to introduce measures to that include, for example, um, AI powered facial recognition cameras in stadiums, personalized ticketing, which doesn't really sound so bad, except that that's exactly the kind of thing that then gets tied to like digital identification and stuff like that. So real privacy busting, also seemingly to me really unnecessary. My whole life, I've never seen any personal. I've never seen any personal example of like tickets really needing to be tied to like individuals directly. Um, they want to limit standing blocks. They want to they want to limit away sections. They want to have tighter policing controls to prevent things like seemingly like a little bit. It's obviously as a lot of these government things, it's a little bit murky and they're not entirely clear. So some of this is a little bit of extrapolation, but like they're looking to um yeah, like basically they want to crack down. They want to have tighter security. They want to they want to crack down on any sort of like because like a lot of what the like for example ultras groups tend to be very like insular, and they tend to not really have much of a public face because like their privacy and their uh why am I blanking on the words now? But yeah, essentially, like they want to increase surveillance massively, and they want to restrict fans like ability to travel. They want to limit away sections. They want to limit standing sections. They want to do a whole bunch of things so that basically like cameras and AI and like things like that can reduce the amount of policing. And the fans' response was basically like your own studies and your own numbers show that like football in Germany is safer than pretty much anywhere else. There is no actual security concerns. There is no like there is no problem with fan violence. There is no problem with, you know, like if there is too much resources being put into policing fans, it's not because the fans actually need to be policed as aggressively. It's because the authorities choose to police the fans that aggressively, because like they do tend to use, like, you know, like every fan march is accompanied by like hundreds of riot police and whatever, but not because there's actually any recent history of there being any real problems that warrant that kind of policing. I'm sure as an American you can understand very much, very viscerally, the over militarization and over policing of almost everything. And so last weekend, there was a mass protest in Leipzig where between 10 and 20,000 fans representing the fan scenes of 50 German clubs from all across the divisions, first division all the way down to like the fourth and fifth division, met and did like this communal march. They like the fan groups themselves put aside, like they didn't bring their own, you know, like, because like for example the main ultras group for Union Berlin is the Wule Syndikat. Like they didn't show up with their Wule Syndikat banners, they just showed up with their Union Berlin, you know, like they showed up in their team's colors. They didn't show up with their own sort of like, you know, tribal ultras group stuff, because it was about solidarity. And that's the thing, is like this is a perfect example of why German fan culture is both such a great example of like self-organized solidarity, and also why German fan culture is so strong, why they still have so many rights, why they still can do what they do, why the atmospheres are the way that they are, is because every time these kinds of challenges come, all the ultras groups put aside their own sort of like tribal loyalties, and they all get together to, you know, to act in the common good, to protect the sacred of you know, fan culture. So there was this huge demonstration in Leipzig with, you know, again between 10 and 20,000 depending whose account you listen to, and they did this march and protest and demonstration in Leipzig to basically say like, we're open to talk, we're open to making sure that football is safe, but like your own information says that like football is perfectly safe in Germany. There's no need to have these restrictive measures, there's no need to have facial recognition cameras, there's no need to have automated turnstiles. Like, you guys have not given a proper justification for this. And then so then next, from December 3rd to 5th, there's going to be the meeting of the interior ministers, and they're going to decide whether to push ahead with these restrictive measures or not. And so like for today, for example, at the like all across the weekend, all of the games with a weird sort of minor exception of the Friday game between Mainz and Hoffenheim, every single fan group in the Bundesliga, all of the ultras ends, all of the traveling sections, they all put up banners in solidarity saying no to these measures. And every game, again, except weirdly the Hoffenheim Mainz game, where for some reason, even though they also had the banners and everything, the Mainz fans didn't actually seem to observe this. There's a 12-minute atmosphere boycott. So for the first 12 minutes of every Bundesliga game this weekend, the ultras and all aligned fans and all members of the active fan scene stayed quiet. And it was just like, and it was 12 minutes to represent the 12th man, and it was to show like, this is what it's like if you kill fan culture. This is what football in Germany is going to be like. It's going to be dead, it's going to be sterile, it's going to take away everything that people love about German football, it's going to destroy the culture. And it's also like, even from like, you know, they're saying like, if you guys want the Bundesliga to grow and be like a global brand and whatever, you can't do that without us. We're what makes German football special. We're what makes German football great. And we're what makes German football attractive to people who want something different than, like, say, the Premier League. And so my first 3 podcast episodes are going to be centered around that idea, around like why German football culture is the way that it is. Like the first monologue will be about why, like, how football being the true sort of cultural atlas of Europe. The second one will be about why German fan culture is strong and its roots in like the club culture that goes back centuries in Germany, which is actually like essentially the fundamental social undergirding of the entire nation, is like the Verein culture, the club culture, and it's like club culture in Germany is legally protected. 50+1 is legally protected in a way that is just not the case anywhere else because it's so deeply culturally rooted. And the third one will be like basically my love letter to the ultras, because I feel like for all of their rough edges, the ultras culture in Germany, they're the living custodians of football fan culture, and they're keeping something alive that just it's hard to find anywhere in the world other than in Germany and in German fan culture, like this sort of club centric, community centric, self-organizing, solidarity driven movement. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And that's the thing. It's like I feel like, for example, like the Premier League is the NFL of European football. Like it's the same sort of, it's sanitized, it's, imagine, I can't, like today in the San Pauli Union game, like they let off probably 20 flares at least between both sides, probably more than that. Pyro is a huge part of that culture, and they do generally do it extremely safely. But like imagine someone letting off a flare at an NFL game or like a Premier League game. Those people would be arrested. The facial recognition cameras would have them picked out immediately. They'd get arrested, they'd get stadium banned. I mean, pyro isn't the most important thing, but I think pyro is a good example. Like it's important because it's the way that like ultras culture shows like we do what we want, and not in like a harmful like we're going to tread all over everyone else's rights kind of way, but like this is part of our culture, this is part of our art, and we're going to do it whether you tell us we're allowed to or not. And that's just, and it's funny because, like, for example, listening to Mark Goldbridge, because now he has like the Bundesliga coverage or whatever, and he'll talk about like why can't we be like that? Why can't we have that in England again? Why can't we have the flags? Why can't we have the flares? And it's like because it's all being banned and you didn't stand up and fight it when you had the chance. And like I have some hypothesis about, some borderline conspiratorial hypothesis about some things that happened that led to that, but it's like the German fans, it's literally the foundation of German culture is club culture. Not just football club culture, like all club culture. Because in Germany, there's 600,000 registered clubs of every possible thing you could imagine. Like, it could literally be like a club of 3 people, and it's, like the Warburg Butterfly Watching Club. But like that Warburg Butterfly Watching Club is protected in the same ways that as a football club is, or as a Carnival Club in Cologne would be, or like a Schützen Club in the Black Forest. Like it's literally the foundation of German culture and like German social life. And that's why it's like it's proving so difficult for them to, to put an end to it, because they're basically fighting against the very foundations of like German identity and German culture. But that's something that all of these other places like England and Spain or the NFL, for example, like no one else has that kind of deeply rooted foundation that has survived through everything Germany has been through. Like club culture is one of the things that kept Germans alive as a people at all, like that gave them the ability to like socially organize after the destruction of World War II, and basically the complete stripping down of the entire nation on every level. The solidarity and the self-organization of club culture is one of the things that like literally kept German people alive. And so like you can't eradicate it in the way that eradicate these things in the way that it could in a place like England, for example, or like in a place like the United States where it absolutely nothing like it ever existed. But like I think that club culture, the Verein culture, that's a model that we could all look at, because it's like small scale self-organization with like like solidarity alliances. It's like all of these groups, they do their own thing. Like even within a club like Union Berlin, there's like 17 different active fan groups at least, and they all have their own interests and they all do their own thing, and they all come together to support Union. Across Germany, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of active fan groups. There's definitely, I would say, definitely thousands of active fan groups across all the clubs, across all the leagues. But when their common interests come under threat, They put aside the tribalism and they act in selfless solidarity. And I'm like, where do you see that meaningfully anywhere? Like, it's being driven out of labor. It's being driven out of most other places, at least in the world that I'm aware of. The only other place I can sort of think of, like Cuba has a sort of similar mentality, you know, like a similar sort of solidarity mentality. But like, where else in the world can you find an example of that, like a lived example of that, that is so strong and so clear and so like present and so powerful? Because like they've tried to do everything that has happened to every other sports league in the world, and particularly every other football league in Europe. They've tried it all in Germany, and the fans have said no, and they've always won. Like Monday night games, which are terrible for like actual fans that go to the stadiums, especially for like traveling fans who might have to travel several hundred kilometers to go to an away game. They had Monday night games in Germany, and the fans protested creatively, and you know, they did boycotts, they threw tennis balls on the field, they did marches, they did petitions, they did every possible thing you could imagine, short of like violence and stuff, because that's the thing, they have also never resorted to violence. They've never, you know, they don't fight the system, but they do push back, and they pretty much always win. Give them enough time. And like yesterday I saw there was a banner on the front of the Frankfurt uh, away section in Cologne, and it said "Ultras never surrender," and I was like, "Fuck yeah, they don't." That's why the Ultras always win. I would love to. I really love that guy's vibe. I really enjoyed watching him, like watching his podcast episodes with the San Francisco City FC people. And I was really I the fact that he had the like football in sun and shadow as like his opening, a quote from that as the opening to each of his podcast episodes. I feel like me and him would definitely be kindred spirits. Also, good to hear that you're excited for the podcast, because it's tough when you're at the beginning point and you haven't put out an episode and you don't have any, you know, like I don't really have a lot of people to kind of push it out to, like friends or family, because like even the people that I don't know many people, and the people I do know are not really into this sort of thing. So even just one person giving me the feedback that they're excited for it, makes a world of difference. Because like it can be tough when you haven't started it yet and you don't really know. It makes me feel energized to see this through. My only problem will it be it not turning into like a 4 hour stream of consciousness every week. I mean, it could work, but it should probably be a little bit more polished than that. Otherwise, I'm only going to end up with just a very small amount of people who can stick with me through it. Also, I had actually considered reaching out to San Francisco City FC because of like the idea of doing a feature on them and how they embody, like how they have incarnated the German football culture spirit, like the fan spirit, or the club spirit, the 50+1, the community driven. Well, it's good to know. It's good to know. Thanks for I cuz like I didn't want to ask, cuz like it is still the internet. Like I didn't want to be like, "Hey, what's your real name?" But I do appreciate you trusting me with that. It's good to meet you as Rodrigo. Also, good name. Very, very, got lots of good football pedigree there. Maybe if we're in chats and stuff like that, I'll still keep calling you Oro, but if we're just chatting like this, I'll call you Rodrigo. Also, this is good because like I feel like this is the sort of thing, like I mean, obviously no obligation on you or anything, but like this is the sort of thing where like if you like it, you can share it with people. It's a lot easier to share a podcast with like, you know, other people you know who are into football and stuff like that, other people around SF City FC and whatever, than it is to be like, yeah, he does watch-alongs. That's a lot more niche and a lot more difficult to share. So maybe if I put out something good, maybe it'll be something that is actually worth and able to share. That's another reason to switch over to that too, because I'm like, it's really hard to grow a watch along sort of thing, and people are a lot less eager to like actually engage with the watch along than I thought they would be. But podcasts are good because then I can get it all out, and then people can do with it what they please instead of having to, do a watch along and try and get all of this information about fan culture and why it's important and the German, football culture tradition and all of these things like in the context of a watch along. Turned out that was really not the way to go. I mean, I met you. I met another really cool guy. Yeah, or I found you. You found me, and I found like another cool guy found me. But like, it's really amazing. I'm pretty sure he follows my German football fan club account on Instagram. I wasn't like I have a couple of people. I think also one of the guys from like the oh, now I'm blanking on the fan group names. But I'm pretty sure I've got probably at least half of the few amount of followers I have on my German football fan club Instagram account. About half of them are in some way associated with uh, SF City FC. But I recognize that name for sure. So that's actually super good. That's easy access. I can literally send him a DM on Instagram. And that would be so good because I think I'm so grateful that you introduced me to SF City FC because like they're the bridge, like it's one thing for German fan culture and like the ideas around that and the structure around that. It's one thing for it to exist in Germany because of course it has the cultural heritage there and everything. It's another thing to transplant that somewhere else and see how it could work in a different context. And so I feel like SF City FC is probably like the only example that I know of where someone outside of Germany like took the German club principles and brought them to life in a different context. So like I'm so grateful that you introduced me to that club because I guess to your club because they're the missing piece in a sense, or a missing piece. They're the living embodiment of German football outside of German football, and I feel like it's good to have an example to point to and be like, it can happen outside of Germany. This doesn't have to be a German specific thing. This is a model that we can all take and we can build off of in other contexts. I'm very grateful to have my little SF City FC posse on Instagram. Like I'm pretty sure I only have like 12 followers or something. But I'm pretty sure about 4 to 6 of them are definitely associated with SF City. Which I'm not even sure how that honestly happened because I don't think I did anything that would have necessarily specifically drawn them in. Like I didn't do any posts or anything about SF City FC. So I don't know, maybe it's just, you know, your vibe attracts your tribe, I guess. And it's good because just like I'm gonna convert my YouTube channel over to my podcast channel, I feel like I'll just do the same with my socials. Especially because again, if like everyone who's following me is already either someone I know personally or an SF City FC supporter, then that's exactly the kind of people I want. They'll be the same people who I'd want to attract to my podcast. So no reason to start from scratch. I feel like they won't feel cheated with a bait and switch if I just switch it over to my podcast format instead. If anything, I feel like it'll be much better content. Also, too, like, again, I'm gonna try and organize like because I would love this to be more of like a community oriented thing. Like, there's only so much I can do as one person, But if I get people who want to be engaged and want to share their stories and things that they know and things that they hear and fan news that they hear and whatever things that are going on at their club, like I'm happy to be the voice that amplifies fans everywhere. But like there's obviously only so much that I can do in my own time as one person. So I want to try and center it on like a Discord community because like I don't want people to have to be on social media to interact with my project. I want to be a like space of its own. And like I'm not really familiar with Discord. I've never used it before, but in my research it seemed like the best platform for my needs for like building an independent community or whatever. So, once I get that up and running too, I can, if that's something that interests you, I'll be sure to post obviously like the links for that and everything. But that way, if you want to keep up with me and that stuff, you don't have to do it through like you don't have to find me on social media because like I don't want to send anyone to social media who isn't already there. That's a big cornerstone of my policy of like how I want to build this is like I might use social media to help reach people, but like I don't want anyone to have to go on social media to find anything that I do. I find social media so repulsive. Just I want to put it there for people that are already there anyway, and it would just make it like efficient for them. But like I don't want to put anything on social media that isn't somewhere else where people can't, so people don't have to go to social media to access it. Also, you can probably expect a personal shout out on at least one of my podcast episodes, probably the first one. You've been such an inspiration to like, because again, like I only ever really had two people meaningfully stop and chat with me. Doing, I think I did probably somewhere in the region of like 100 or so, probably even more than that, like hours of live streaming. And you were the first and one of only two people who ever actually like stopped by and had a meaningful conversation with me. So not to get all mushy and sentimental, but I really appreciate having like you having found me and chatted with me and had really good conversations, all your recommendations and everything like that. It's really helped me to, I feel like this is an important thing that I'm doing and it's what I'm meant here to do. To be I'm meant it's what I'm meant to do with my life. But if no one had stopped in and made any sort of connection with me, I feel like it would have been really hard to keep it going over the long term. So having you stop in every once in a while, having some good chats with you really made a big world of difference in keeping me motivated to keep going and feeling like I had something worthwhile here. So not not too mushy and sentimental, not too many grown man tears, but I do genuinely appreciate it, and I want you to know that you've had a real big impact on like helping me keep going with this and to have the motivation to keep making something of this, and that I appreciate that you deserve to know that you've had a big impact on someone's life. I say that also too, especially because like I feel like I've had a lot of encounters with people that I felt like like they were nice or whatever, and it never really felt meaningful. And then like down the road, I found out that it had a really big impact on them, and I was like, oh, like it doesn't hurt me that I didn't know, but it feels good to know that like that I did something good for someone. So especially with especially with how all of your sports teams have let you down this weekend and how the dance party was a bit of a flop, maybe our conversation and my appreciation can be a little bit of a silver lining. against it real quick, actually. Actually, perfect timing because I was like, I don't want this, I don't want to cut this off, but like, I also kind of need to get going. I gotta start doing some work. I got a lot to do before podcast launch day, so perfect timing. And yeah, many thanks to you. I hope the rest of your weekend goes well, and I imagine we will be in touch again. I don't plan on stopping this anytime soon. It just might not be in watch along comment section anymore, or live chat. But I'm sure that I will be hearing from you again, and vice versa. So all the best, and yeah, thanks for stopping in. I'm glad that I caught you at this one last watch along. And I guess actually with that, I don't know. It seems like there might be one other person here, but thus ends my final GFFC live stream. At least for now. Maybe watch alongs later if I build a community that wants to get involved with that sort of thing. But thanks to everyone for no one voting against the German fan protests. And thanks to anyone who stopped by. Thanks to Rodrigo and /Oro. Making it a great final send off to the German Football Fan Club and the live streams and watch alongs. I am to sign off from here. Last time. Guess I should say it. Football is community. It's not a commodity. Love is the answer.